Oh. Oh. Close enough. Hi. I fat fingered the wrong key and messed all of my inputs up. Hello. It's time to start. I've got an emote, by the way. Look at that spin. Look at his spin. Let me put him back together now. I probably need to go apply this programmatically so I can just do it with the trigger still. I might do that first. It was a bit of a headache to get that input, to get that that emote like it is. But eventually I got it. And surprisingly, it looks okay. I thought it was gonna be a lot more stuttery, but it loops pretty well. Oh, wait a minute, what? Wait, so if I start this, it'll automatically set it. I guess I did already set the angular drag. Why was that pretending to be a problem then? The angular drag I had to turn off manually in order for it to do anything. I don't know what happened. Anyway. Right, so today, as you can see over there, I decided that I was gonna try explosions out today. I might not get their actual functionality in to the stations, but I at least wanted to have an explosion that I could utilize and have it affect the player. But I think I need to do visual stuff for an explosion first. So we're gonna try our hand at that. I want like a particle effect for this explosion for right now, at the very least. I might do something different later, but I need at least a placeholder. And something to actually show off that the explosion is happening. So I'm going to make a particle effect. I might have to go open up Clip Studio because I think I need some textures for this. I do have a video actually that I opened up that might help me. But he's also using some extra stuff that I think he already has. I also don't know what a VFX graph is. That might be something I have to import.
That's it. If you are fine with the particle system, that's about it. What I'm gonna do now is show you how to create it.
I don't know how loud that is. So here's the video that I was looking at earlier.
With VFX Graph. So the process is the same. Right click to create an empty game object and then make sure the Y is 0, press the edit button, and here we go. We are inside VFX Graph. Now the process is the same in here. We don't want to constantly spawn particles. Instead, let's remove this and add a single burst.
Whoa. I don't even know if I have that. I don't think I have that in this one. I think that might be an asset that I need to download, so I'll just go with the particle for right now. It'll be fine. Plus underground. Look at all those beautiful particles. Go ahead and make that a sphere. Do I have any textures already in here that I can recycle? I don't think I do. The explosion. I want this to be a lot shorter. Particle lifetime is currently pretty long. Is this a number of seconds? I think so. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, how you doing today, by the way, Benny? Wait, hold on. I guess I wanted to play on Awake while I'm fiddling with it, huh? I already told it to have a material. Where'd the material go? So what I think I'm gonna have to do with this for the explosion is it'll probably have a collider of sorts. When the explosion happens, it'll turn on. It'll create a collider. And then I think I have to apply a force directly to the player from that. Like I have to find the player object within the collider and then apply the force onto them from the explosion. Let's see here. Why does this guy have two? Ah. Yes, yes please. Actually, I want the delay to be the same. This to be between two constants. Ba-da. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Alright, I do want it to pick a random direction, but I want it to be this is like part of it. I want it to have like a burst. This tutorial actually has sparks and flame, I think, as part of its explosion, which is kind of what I want. They actually adjust fire. Yes, yes they do. Sparks, flash, fire, and smoke. But he also has a bunch of assets that he's made himself, so I'm going to have to probably go make some 2D assets myself.
It keeps on emitting particles 15 and 25.
2 and 20, wow. That's a long... It's quite a speed difference. Well, actually, hold on. What does the speed of 20 look like? Yeah, okay, I can see 20 being fine. Okay, hold on. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. All right. I understand that. 2 and 20 does seem like a good range, actually. I can feel that. But also, wait, it's not applying physics to anything.
If I turn on the gizmos, as you can see, it has a cone shape. Not useful. Let's switch this to sphere instead.
Yeah, already done.
The radius is 0.2. They are huge, so on the start size I'm gonna say 0.0.
They are huge. 3D start size. Let's reduce the radius because I do want them to come from one point. Radius thickness. What the hell does that do? I don't know what that does. Pew. Randomized direction. Randomized position. I mean, they already kind of randomized the direction. I want them to... do want them to burst, and I want them to fall. Which I feel like the physics that they should be abiding by should be what's doing that.
5 and 0.4. That's fine. They are still round because the speed scale is at 0. Let's say it's 0.03. 1 and 2. Universe to be bright, let's place it right here. And if we add this to our...
Hold on, what does this final thing look like?
0.4 and 0.6, 1.5 and 2. In relation to the fire. Very easy explosion and super fast. That's it. If you are fine with the particle system, that's about it. What I'm gonna do...
Oh, his doesn't actually
We have done...
apply gravity or anything to the sparks. Oh well. I mean, I guess this was supposed to be a quick and dirty job. What's the VFX graph one
On the
look like?
output render order, we can say the smoke is rendered before everything. And here we go. Look at this. We have done a very easy and very simple explosion. I hope you have enjoyed this tutorial. It was a very quick one, I know. And if you want to learn much more about...
Yeah, okay, they're fine.
For the start, the video starts. Let's say the render mode on the render is stretched billboard. They are still round because the speed scale is at 0. Let's say it's 0.03. Right, so we need a material for this to be bright. Let's create one and call it particle underscore orange. And on the shader, I'm going to switch to universal render pipeline, particles, and lit. If you want this to be bright, let's turn on emission and say, I'm going to copy this color actually, paste it.
Okay. So I want them to all come out at once. Start delay being 0. Why is it bursting them all out over time? Bursts. It's kind of better. It's what I want. Do like 10 maybe? Pew. 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 Whoa. Whoa. I'll apply an actual texture to them in a second. Matter of fact, I think I can go make another material. I don't know what this error is for. Actually, it might be a texture that I make. Main maps, secondary maps, advanced rendering options. Can I unlit transparent? Oh, there's a particle section. Standard unlit. You want transparent. Additive, subtractive, overlay, color difference. The multiply layer. So rendering mode. This version of Unity is probably more up to date than mine. He's probably using 2023. Using something called the Universal Render Pipeline. Ah! Right, albedo is what I need to put in that. So I need something for sparks. Can I just set a color? Oh, he's put in a normal map. So this is somewhere that would go. I have one pre-made that I can utilize. I don't know exactly how to create a map. None of these also appear to be maps either. Oh, wait, hold on. That looks like one that he uses in the video. This looks promising. Make it a little more yellow, maybe. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh. Okay, they're huge still. Put them at like 0.05. These things are huge. Is there end speed? Did they have one? It would stop highlighting them in red. Hey, oh, this song reminds me. The studio for Hi-Fi Rush got bought by somebody else. They got bought from Microsoft. Hold on, let me get a refresher on their name. I know their logo was the little snail. Tango! Tango Gameworks. They got bought by somebody else. I think it's the publisher that published PUBG. It's a Korean company. That's all I remember reading about it. So we might get a Hi-Fi sequel at some point soon. Oh, sorry, Vinny. I had the tutorial up over top of my OBS. What type of map? A UV? It was just I think it was a normal map. That's probably what this is. It doesn't actually say, it just says map and albedo. It's probably UV. Okay. There's some terminology I'm still trying to get familiar with. I haven't messed with the graphics side of things very much. But that's the whole point of this project, is to get my hands dirty with the systems I wasn't allowed to go into. There's so much I haven't touched in Unity. There's a Godot game jam going on right now. Another one of the wild jams. I talked to Michael about it, but he unfortunately didn't plan for it coming up, so he didn't really want to be a part of it. I could try to do it solo, but most of the character controller we had for the last one came from him. There are plenty on Itch. Itch has like a whole calendar of game jams if you're looking to do one. I found it while I was poking around. Boom, 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 boom. Where did I find it? Was it under Explore? Jams. Yeah, here we go. Look at all of this. Magical Girl Game Jam, hell yeah. Anything starting on the 19th? It's an IGU jam. The Vaporwave, love. Gotta do something outside your wheelhouse like art or sound. That's fair. Ooh. Ooh. Metroidvania month. That's a 1 month long jam? It goes from basically the 16th to the 16th of September. Do I want to do a month-long jam, though? I mean, having an actual time limit would be a good idea. Look at this calendar. I like this. It like stacks all of the text. Then do that one if I am. I might be down for that. You know what? I wonder if we can get Jesus to help with that one, and Michael too. Although that'd be 4 programmers. We probably need some artists on there too if we're gonna do that. I can do some art, but I only know but so much. I'm no artist in full. I know more about programming than I do about art. You're gonna forego programming to do art and sound. Fair enough. What does this say? Godokkawi? This is a different language. I see. Understandable. Have a nice day. I thought this was supposed to say Godot. The PP Jam! What? What? The pixel art too. Do you use Sprite for that? What do you use for your pixel art? Or do you just use a... Oh my god, this list is a lot longer than I thought it was. Yowie. A lot of stuff here. If we're gonna do something like that, we're definitely gonna have to figure out some sort of schedule. Because I know when Michael and I did the Godot Game Jam, we worked on it all day, every day. But if it's a month long and we work on it all day, every day, we're gonna get burnt out quick. Use Sprite and Spriter or GIMP, depending on what you need it for. Fair enough. I've never really done pixel art before. Have I had an idea for Metroidvania? I don't think I've had any specific ideas for Metroidvanias. I just wanted to make one. Sorry, I'm just marveling at this calendar and its ability to stack. Anyway, we can certainly discuss that. We'll see if we can put a team together. That's actually like if we're gonna do it, I want to be serious about it. I don't want to just like mess around with it, you know. I want to work on it like we're gonna release this thing. Especially if it's a month long. Wait, what? I had 2 notifications. Where'd they go? I guess I didn't. Anyway, okay. Yeah. That'll potentially fall in line much better with my my new proposed schedule of trying to work on my projects every day instead of every other day out of the week, because I want to make more headway more quickly. Currently, I've kind of just been, I know I'm learning, I guess, so I need time to digest what I've learned. But you know, it's day 25 and I'm still in prototyping for this. I would like to move a little faster, considering this is all I'm doing at the moment. There's not really much of an excuse for me to not have a complete working product if I want to do this for a full-time job. Granted, I am giving myself some leeway because I just learned about 4D hyperspheres in order to figure out how quaternions work. Burst! Okay, the start speed of 2, I don't particularly like. Maybe a 5? try a 10 and a 25. Their lifetime's a little bit long, too. I wanted to be a little more snappy. Maybe I can up the count. Okay, let's try 15 maybe. Understandable. Have a nice day. Okay. Alright, I think that works okay for the little Sparky. Set another default. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Who do I get to kill? That sounds weird. Out of context. Is that an Azure? It is an Azure Rathalos. Let me blast his face off real quick. This will take like 2 seconds. Okay, it'll take a little bit longer than 2 seconds. 2 seconds is up. There we go. Okay, we're done. During the end of today's stream, I'm actually gonna go play some different music because I want to see if Twitch mutes it or not. I want to start doing some tests on what music I am and am not allowed to play. Make that a little spark, and we'll call this flame. I don't need to make it much more complex than this, since this is just a placeholder explosion. This isn't anything final at all. This is literally just so that I can understand. Well, it's one for it's for me to poke around a little bit with the particle system, and two, it's just a placeholder until I actually decide on what I want to be there for the actual explosion. I've also got to figure out exactly how the explosions are gonna happen. I got a few things I want to do. I would need to make the converter station a little bit different because the way that most of these stations are going to be, they're going to be converters. So I want them to be able to accept multiple items and output multiple items, but I want them to do it based on recipes. So I'll have to adjust them so that they work on a recipe system. I'm here. I'm alive. What does his What does his texture look like for the flame? Oh, his glow. That's pretty neat. How does he get that? Oh, global illumination. Hold on. I don't have that option, I don't think. That's pretty cool. I don't have that option though. This color mode is also multiply. Global illumination baked. Yeah, I definitely don't have that option. What happens if I click this? No, that's for me to, right, that's like a, it's a display from showing me a sample of what the thing that I'm putting in looks like. Oh, that's adorable. Have a good lurk, by the way, Vinny. I don't think I said that. Snoobs away. Yeah, it appears I don't have... Wait, hold on. His surface type. I don't have the option for surface types. You know, at one point I said I was going to update Unity to be the latest version of 2022, and I never did that. Let me at least download it. Installs. Add. I actually want 2023. Unity 2023 is when the runtime feed stopped. It starts on 6 after. 6 plus. What a discount. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at terms and conditions. Exciting stuff, I know. So yeah, 2023 I think is what I want to upgrade to. If we're looking to put a game up on itch, I would definitely want to look into getting HTML5 stuff working so that I can have it run on the page, because I feel like more people play things on itch when they run on the page than if they're downloads. There's not enough space. What do you mean there's not enough space? How big is my D drive? How big's my D? I got like 150 gigs left. How big is this? Bow, 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 bow. Where is it trying to install this? Ah, good. Yes, I see. The wrong drive. Understandable. Have a nice day. That's not where this should be. Sorry for the delay. I'll be back to it in a second. You know what? No, I'll handle that later. That's a problem for later. I'll handle that later. We'll do this now. Right now, I think I need to make a new material. You're just getting here. I am attempting to make a very simple particle for a for an explosion, just so that I can see that the explosion is happening. Oh, that's a good point. I've got a small tutorial video pulled up on the side as well, by someone named Gabriel. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the last name for fear of messing it up. but they have a they've got a little tutorial on how all of this works. And their explosion looks something like this. I'm not gonna make it nearly as, it's not gonna have all of these things. I just wanted it to do sparks and fire for right now at the very least. Main thing that I want to work on is getting the functionality working. Yeah, there's their little explosion there. Not bad. Probably not what I want to use for a final version, but, you know, it'll work for a test. Get my hands dirty with the particle system. I'm not following it entirely step for step either. Sort of winging it as I go. I do want to attempt this size over time thing that they had, though. Do I have access to that? I think I do. Oh wait, I got more stuff. Yeah, there we go. What's their starting size right now? Wait, can I not edit it by grabbing it? Ah, there we go. Okay. But add a key. I want the size. Currently the size is growing over time. I want it to be the opposite. I want the size to go down over time. I want to add a key in the center because I want it to curve down over time. Well, I guess I could just click this. That looks more like the curve that I want. That's really fast. Okay, maybe we'll duck this back down to 20. Bow, 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 bow. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, it's the same. He uses the same thing that he used for the last one. Oh, I can't right click to add a component. Shame. Look at that beautiful pink. No, bad and wrong. I want you to be random between two constants, random between two constants. Start size, we'll make it sure. I don't think that's much of a difference, but maybe it'll make a difference. We'll adjust the renderer first, and then we'll maybe go with that. That doesn't look right. Okay. Modulate. Cut out. Cut out. Easy, interesting. I'm going to have to adjust these for... Hang on, let me... I might be able to adjust this better in 2023, but for right now, I want them to be separate materials because it will be easier to manage. Don't want it to loop. I want my radius to be much smaller. Currently, I also don't want it to be a cone. Shape. Cone. This is what I was looking for. Look at those balls. I'm talking to my buddy Michael right now about a game jam that's coming up that we might take part in. Oh, jeez. An artist that I know has is apparently part of an earthquake. They're like right near the center of it. California's scary. Anyway, any curds? I want this to be a burst. Look at all that burst. I don't want this to loop. Why is it looping? A random seed. Play on Awaken. No. Because of the start lifetime, there's no delay. Hey, you know what? I do actually want this to be 1 second. Boom, 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 ba-doom, ba-doom. Maybe I do need to decrease the radius. That's a good point. Thanks, me. You're welcome. Good job. Radius thickness. I don't know what radius thickness does. I also actually need to decrease the amount of particles that I have. I don't want to mess with radius thickness since I don't actually know what it's applying just yet. I need to do a little bit more research on that. It's still sending them so far away. I want it to keep them within... Oh wait, what's my mission? Ah. Rate over time is still on. That's probably why it's doing that extra little... Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and adjust their size over lifetime too. Why are they escaping so far away? We wait for the day. He adjusts the radius and they calm down really fast. Hold on, let me check his lifetime is very low. Speed is also very low. His speed's between like 0.5 and 3. But he also has a size differentiation here. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to utilize his values for right now, and I will adjust them as I see fit. His duration is actually pretty long too. I don't think I want it to be that long though. Set it for 2 maybe. Okay, okay. That does actually look a little better. I don't know why he set it for 2 though, if they only last half a second at maximum. Seems like a lot of wasted time that this animation's running for after the fact. Although I guess the idea is at the end, once the smoke goes off, it's probably going to linger. But I'm not gonna worry about smoke. I just want to do these 2 things. Keep it a little. To make it look like it is exploding. Wait, hold on, do I have to... Okay, hold on, we'll remove that. Ready to make a particle here. Because I want to be able to play both of these at the same time, obviously. Which means I think I'm going to need some sort of overarching system that's able to trigger both of them. Look at that. That looks like a simple explosion. Technically, I think I can copy this flame and make smoke if I really wanted to. Oh, I just drag it all in as a prefab. I see. Understood. Okay, never mind. Never you mind. Oh, I don't need the rest of this tutorial. Ha 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 ha! I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Why? How do I trigger? I guess I have to... Hold on, let me double check something. Do I have to get access to each of these individually, or can I... Can I create something that allows me to control them? Some sort of interface I can use to control all of them at the same time. Alternatively, I could have them all play on Awake and just instantiate it and then delete it, but that's expensive, and I'd rather just have a couple that I can like move around, or like one that's attached to a station, one that just stays attached to the station, and then the station can say, I'm exploding, here, play the explosion particle, basically. I don't want it to be too complex. That's a good point. Yeah, okay. So I can... Give me. New script. Particle system. Yeah. Flame. Spark. 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 Oh, I see what he's saying. Oh, hold on. This needs to be serialize field. You know, I haven't even bothered to check to see if the ads thing is working. I think it is. Pretty sure I remember seeing it. That should do. Pretty simple script, easy peasy. One day I'll be able to use it. There we go. Nice little test particle. Good. Wonder bar. Bark. And I think for right now, do I want to apply it to a station and then implement the station triggering the explosion? Or do I want to just test? I think I just want to test the physics on the player first. I think I just want to test the physics, because that's going to be the harder part. I'm going to need a way to detect. Let's add a collider. A sphere collider. The hardest thing for it to draw. Of course. Why not? Let's make it like a 3. I don't know if whistling is very egregious in my microphone. I apologize if it is. I like to whistle. Ah. Oh, wow, wow. All right, let's add our... no, not that. Whatever that was, don't like it. Rigid body detector. Let's give this a shot. This is going to be an attempted implementation of my idea that I was thinking about, where I don't think that, like, there's not really a way that you can just make an explosion happen. I don't think so. What I'm attempting to do is I've got a collider that I'm going to use as a trigger. I'm going to detect everything that's a rigid body within that collider, and then I'm going to say, apply a force impulse to all of you. Get away from me. I think that's probably how this works. That sounds right. It sounds like it makes sense to do it that way, so I don't know why I don't know any other way that I would do it. This sounds like the simplest way to me. And I have the explosion do it so that I can just say, hey, when you play the explosion, do the check and run the thing. So I'll probably have like a Boolean or something that gets turned on in here, and then on collision stay, I think is probably what it's gonna be. Will be my check. And if it's on collision stay, I think this being an event, I don't actually know if on collision stay gets called per physics update. I kind of expect it to. It might get called per update, actually. Either way, I think that this will kind of ramp up how intense the explosion is, depending on how close to the center of it you are, because if you're inside the collider for longer, it'll probably apply the impulse again before you exit. That's just a theory. A game development theory. Ah. Talking to Michael about GDDs. Game design documents. Oh, what's this? Poe's texting me. Scams. I hold no mercy in my heart for you. Wait, do I even need a reference to this collider? That's not where I go for looking at collision. I need to open one of my stations and take a look at the reference. I think I'm only using... I don't think I'm using stay for any of that, though. That's not gonna work. Well, maybe. Do I use this? Uh-huh. Let's look at the ball proofs. That didn't help. Let's look at the functionality type. Kill. Converter. Called the player detection zone utilized in any of these. Let's use the station type functionality. Wait, was this correct? Oh yeah, this does inherit from station. This doesn't utilize any of the... We have access to this, but do we actually ever use that? I don't think we do. Sounds like we probably shouldn't have access to it then. We'll hang on to it for right now. Yeah, okay. But I'm going to, for now, remove this. I assume that on collision stay assumes that we have access to a collider that we can use as a trigger. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. Hold on. Get out of the way. Tooltip. On trigger enter this should be, and this shouldn't be on trigger enter, this should be on trigger stay. I don't know why I named it that. This is a Boolean. I'm stuck in events. Help! Help! Actually, let's put this here. Can I have this do something when it's done? Hold on, I better just check it in here. Go away. Finish. End. Stop. Technically could run on update, I can just constantly check to see if the particle system is stopped. And if it's not, then I stop it. Or then if it better idea. Get out of here. I don't even need to do that because why would I update the Boolean if I have a Boolean for is it playing? So we'll just grab one of these and say is playing. If is playing. If not is playing, return. Otherwise, do the thing. And the thing is going to be explode. I'm going to have a universal way to attach or to get rigid bodies for these things, though. So I'll have to say, first of all, if other dot does this return a Boolean? Turns a rigid body. Oh, lowercase b. Gonna add a couple checks to this. The collider is... This didn't do what I wanted it to. Collider body. It's a null. Then I want it to... Collider body. Dot get component in children. Rigid body U. Ah, called to your body. That's not right. Hold on, I feel like spine is messed up now. My posture's messed up. I'm the one calling the posture checks now. Do it. Unshrimp that spine, fools. Oh, hi, Michael. Welcome here. Oh, this doesn't work, actually. Put this back. Put that thing right back where it came from. I was still checking the Discord. I've been checking it intermittently, though. Actually, what was the last thing you said? I liked having this conversation in writing, too. Ah, yes, I agree with your last statement. Correct. I'm going to type that to you now. I think so for design documents. I think yes, it is definitely something I need something written down in order to remember that I thought about it at some point, because if we're making a game, it's probably going to be a decently long-term thing, like a month or so. And if we're doing a bunch of different things over the course of that time, I'm not going to remember everything that we talked about at the very beginning of the month. I barely remember to pay my rent. I do. but I barely remember to do it sometimes. Oh, there's just an add explosion force. I kinda wanna see what that looks like. Sorry about Saturday, by the way, Michael. I was gonna ask him the following week, since it was like the day before that we talked about you jumping into Borderlands. I didn't realize that you were just gonna jump into Borderlands. Although I probably should have communicated that I wasn't going to ask him immediately. Why does it not? What? Oh, I'm defining it as a float. Why did I do that? But I had a feeling that his answer was going to be no anyway. Can I ignore those? Or do I have to have these? I have to have explosion position. Well, like, okay, vector 0 it is. Transform that 0, actually. Transform dot position. Oh, it doesn't like. Did I spell it wrong? It was probably Positon. Explosion radius. How many units of radius do I have right now? I think I've made my player detection zone 3. We'll say 3. Input dot if input summon a bench dot get key down key code dot keypad 1. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, and then sorry about the clap. I'll be right back, and then I can test my explosion. Boo, I'm back. We found a Trello. Template for a GDD board. Board DDD. Board. Well, this is interesting. I've never heard of a gameplay minute before. I guess that's probably similar to a user story if I had to guess. That looks interesting. That looks like it could be a good GDD replacement, or at least supplemental to one. Give it some poking around and see how it works exactly. All right, let's test an explosion real quick. Let's see what an explosion force does to our poor pill here. Traditional GDDs are probably archaic now. Oh. What's happening? Oh, I turned on Do the Funky Spin. They probably are archaic. Although I haven't seen... I can make you happen anytime. Okay. Oh, the force being 10 probably isn't a very good idea, huh? 100. I do see. I think aren't wikis more for like low-level stuff though? That's what an explosion force does. Wow, that's weak. Low-level concept stuff as in like the coding. Or, well, I guess the wikis... no, never mind. I guess not. Sorry. Whoa! That's pretty funny, actually. Boom! Look at that spin! Wow! I've still got to adjust the degree to which the character can wiggle around by his little dangly spring that he's got now. Come on, get in there. Oh my. That didn't work out quite like I wanted it to. There's no rigid body attached to player detection zone. Where did that get called at? That's only if that was null. So it made it into here. Hold on. What's the structure of one of my... Oh, is it part of a parent? Might be. This is the consumer station that I'm looking at. Station object. Parent. Hello, Vinny. Welcome back. So I'm here when it does the detection. It's getting the player detection zone. There's also a box collider around... Wait, it would get this twice. If it was detecting this instead of this. I needed to detect this one, but not this one. Plugging away to your own game between naps that you cannot avoid. Fair enough. Honestly, part of my day, I think I might, I feel like I might start doing just ag afternoon stuff at this point. But my sleep schedule is also really broken, so that might be part of my problem. I'm going to have to see. I've got to get used to a specific schedule. I wake up at like 10 now, which seems to be what my schedule typically leans toward, and I'm pretty sure it's because I keep going to bed at 12 and 1 in the morning. Because I've got friends that live like an hour and 3 hours and away. Like they're either 3 hours behind me or they're like 6 hours in front of me. So the people that I have to communicate with are on a very different timetable than me. Keep waking up too early and you cannot stop. Is it just like, that's just what you do? Is your window open? Are you like, you waking up to the sun? Is that what you're doing? Or are you waking up at like 3? You might just be stressed. I'm pretty sure I've heard that that's one thing that can just stop your sleep schedule from being a schedule. Eh. Honestly, Tabby waking you up at 2 a.m. might have given you a schedule too. Potentially. Okay, so it's not the sun. Also, the sun wouldn't be up at 2 a.m. anyway. If the sun is up at 2 a.m., we've got other problems. That means, like, the magnetic poles have shifted or something. Oh, I love this. This is so good. This is exactly what I want the stations to do when explosions happen. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Why can I move this so easily? The Ministry of Silly Walks. Go! Roll! Roll! Okay. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. I might mess around with some of the other force types just to see what happens. I feel like the explosion force does a good, it probably does something with torque. Or it like automatically calculates where the explosion is applying to the object. I think if you go to sleep extremely early, you might be able to get the hours you need. Oh, you're gonna become a night owl? Possible to make you wake up at later times. I think you would, if you go to bed early, you would wake up probably around the same time. But then you would just be on, your full day would just be mostly nighttime. Honestly, have like, being able to wake up, that might not be a bad idea actually. Having your schedule just like, you're up really early in the morning, and then you can do a bunch of work while no one else is awake, so no one can bother you while you're doing it. Because no one's gonna be awake at 2 a.m. And then once everybody else starts to wake up, like you've done a bunch of work, so you're like, oh, it's time to take a break, probably. It's like 5 hours of work before other people start to think about starting their day. Itchy. Ew. Sorry, I was looking at a Discord. Somebody that I know is currently experiencing an earthquake. And they were talking about it, and I clicked on a memes channel because I saw that it was I saw that there was an unread message in it, and all I saw in there was somebody saying that bread and water was soup. I mean, technically they're right, I guess, but I hate them. For the reason you get distracted is you look outside and see how sunny it is. That's also fair. Although, over the past week, that hasn't really been a problem, I guess. Yeah. Look how bright it is outside. Wow. Look how pale I am inside. Wow. Yeah, recently it's been... Is this a glare? This is the glare of the sun hitting me directly in the face. Ooh, squeaky. Oh, you know what? I haven't really even been paying attention to my task list today. I've made an explosion and I've tested it on the player. I need to make a apply. I need to update my Trello board with this information too. Apply exploitation. I don't know what their status is yet in the earthquake either. Hopefully they're doing all right. I think that the cylinder is affected so violently by the explosion because of its mass. So I might Let me see if I can grab, yeah. I'm going to need this to move this because the object currently is kinematic, which means that I can just move this as much as I want because it doesn't behave, it doesn't care about physics. But if I drop this, this thing barely moves because it's actually pretty massive. That's a pretty big explosion. Okay, maybe I need to tone down the explosion just a smidge. If it's gonna send something like this flying, I think this is massive of like 10. Double front flip. I have to define the parameters of when the explosions would affect the stations, or like when the stations would trigger the explosions in order to properly add them to the stations. So we'll probably just have it be random for a little bit, just so it doesn't get out of control. Cholo's helped me get things done. I'm basically using the same setup we had for our last game jam. Honestly, me too. I like that setup, so I've been using that one as well. Just resistant. Oh, was it a good email or a bad email? Or do you know? Maybe is it a neutral email? What was my other? Oh, right. That'll be a separate. That's a separate card. Ah, no, don't do that. Don't do that either. Hey, nice. It'd be a screening interview, but still, I mean, that's something. You got your foot in the door. Let's add a checklist of player falling over real quick. I'm sorry I'm not showing any of this. Silly me named the, I named this the title of the thing that I eventually wanted it to be, and I'm trying not to like give it away too much at the moment, just in case. So can't show it until I rename it, unfortunately. Can I rename it right now? Oh, I can rename it. I'm gonna call it red pilled. There's my Trello board though. This is what my Trello board looks like. These are all my notes that I've been taking over time. I just kind of turned them all into cards. Some of them probably shouldn't be cards, individual cards. Some of them should probably be checklists, items. I hope you hear back from them. I hope your screening interview goes well. If you do get hired, I also hope you have a passport. But I mean, hey, free healthcare. Free healthcare? You get taxed for it still, but healthcare. Still a lot cheaper. Having to deal with private insurance companies. Bo, bo, bo. Do I have a checklist? I do have a checklist. I'm multitasking now, I'm sorry. By multitasking, I mean I'm paying attention to one thing. There we go. By multitasking, I mean I'm actually not multitasking at all. Currently don't have a passport. I wonder if they've got something like a temporary visa. I'm sure they do. Or like a work visa. Like you're only in there as long as you have a job. Kind of deal. They'll basically sponsor you as long as you have a job in the country. Or I think you have to have somebody to sponsor the visa, basically. That's how that works. I don't know enough about how that process works. Could do, Vinny. And then when I eventually go back to Ireland, I have somewhere to stay. I've been there. I've visited there once before. I want to go back, though. I wouldn't hinge your entire work career on that idea, though. You have Irish citizenship, but oh, I guess would it be part of the UK then? So you could just go anywhere in the UK if you have your Irish citizenship. Okay. I don't know which part of Ireland. Oh, it's anywhere in the EU. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. I thought going between countries you still had to have like a passport in the EU. Well, I guess, okay, when I see EU, I think Europe, but I think there's like a union. I think EU is European Union, isn't it? Or is EU just Europe, and I'm stupid and made that up? Because they're all different countries. Realistically, I would think you'd need something to travel between the countries. It is the European Union? Okay. Alright. I don't know a ton about their policies over there. CCP is a great process to help you get sorted quickly. don't know if I'd like to live in Iceland. I mean, Iceland's pretty, I guess. I feel like I think the sun schedule is kind of weird in Iceland, if I remember correctly. Or maybe that's Greenland that I'm thinking of. But they're like right next to each other, sort of. I don't know how big they are comparatively either, though. Wow, I do look really pale with the sun coming through a filtered window. I want to go outside. Maybe I'll start taking my mornings to go outside, and then I'll stream in the afternoon or something. But I said I wanted to double up on my streams. I wanted to do... I want to do 2 streams a day. But have one be work and one be games. So that way I can still play games. I get more work done, and I get more games done. I think it would be an ideal marriage of those two. But then I'm basically streaming all day and I don't get any free time. That's also how that works. Oh, do they have really good healthcare in Iceland? Is it different from like maybe I shouldn't try to compare this to anything, because I don't know much about healthcare. What's it like? They have universal healthcare that is even better than Canada's. Oh. Well then. The only thing I know about Canada's healthcare is that it is free. Or with it is enrolled in your taxes, basically. Nothing's ever free, but, you know. The amount of people that are paying for it, it's a lot lower of a cost than it is with insurance, probably. I've got something stuck in my teeth and I can't figure out what it is or where it is. Oh, never mind, it's gone. Or I was hallucinating. Huh. Okay, well, never mind. Sorry. You would have loved working at CCP in general since you love Eve. What does CCP stand for? Current Cohesive Project. Cool. Citadel. Pants. Crowd Control Productions. Right, let's work on Chinese Communist Party. That's also a good one. That's also a good one, if it were real. Dun, dun, dun. Sure it is. I want to make the player go fall over now. So I'm going to do that next, I think. Once I know that the player can fall over, we will then apply the explosion to a station and see if I can work out some of how that's going to be. Wow, my lighting is all fucked up. Oh well. My hair is all fucked up too. And I can't unhair it. Close enough. Not wearing an overshirt today either. I feel naked. Let's actually first, before I get into that, I want to play around with some values here. Like at this 1000. Maybe I want to make this 800 and see how that goes. Oh, I can go bowling. Excuse? What? Does it? No, it's not. It's gonna switch me back anyway. I guess it plays on start? Why does it do that? I thought I turned off play on awake. Yeah? Yeah, it plays on start. Well, at least I can see it applying. Wait, no, hold on. It shouldn't be playing at all, because this only happens when I do play explosion, and that only happens if the key is down. But the key is not down. Even if it plays one of these. Oh. The spark particle is probably playing. But it's not. Because it's... Hold on, where's play on awake? That's looping. I thought that was play on awake. Ah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. There we go. Okay. Good. Apply. The explosions are gonna be the biggest detriment to any of this. You know, this game gave me a quest that was supposed to be easy, but it's based on biomes, and it hasn't given me a desert biome like all week. So I'm basically just out of luck, I think. I have to go traveling in order to complete this quest. So I'm kind of just going to ignore it, I think, until I happen to be able to go exercise. Exercising's low on my tier list. Look at that. I'm healthy. Let's lower this number down to 500 and see what happens. I think I tried it with 500 and it didn't really do a ton. I do love the, if you're under it, it just like pushes you straight down into the ground. Bully him! Bully him! I want to see what happens on entry. If my force is going the same direction, but you've applied to Gunfire Games too. It was a position that required less experience. Gunfire sounds familiar. Gunfire definitely sounds familiar. Is that Remnant? Or is that Gunfire Reborn? That is Remnant. Yeah, okay, okay. I also know of a game called Gunfire Reborn, so it's a little confusing, that's all. My brain immediately went straight to that one, just because of word association, I guess. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed you hear back from any of these places. I've considered applying for a job at some point, and if I do, I think I might be going. If I can't hook anything with anything that I make out of the jams and stuff that I'm doing here, then I might go for a. It'll probably have to be an entry-level position, but I'll probably go for a QA position, since I do actually have a bunch of work experience with that at least. That is semi-tangible. It's at least observable. Well, some of it's observable, I guess. I don't exactly know how. Like, what information you have to give up for a QA position? Other than, yeah, I worked on some stuff. Usually they just go by questions that they ask in the interview. Okay. QA position doesn't particularly require a portfolio then. That's at least good to... At the very least, I can get into some sort of... probably get into a quality assurance engineer position again, and then work my way up to developer status, if I have to. Or I guess it would technically be working my way sideways to a developer status, realistically, but Most people, I think, look down on quality assurance still. Some studios do look for a portfolio. I guess, I mean, fair if they do. That's a really slow application of force. Hang on, let me do that again real quick. Alright. Woo. Look at the wind up. It takes so long to wind up for that. It's like it's slowly being picked up by the wind and thrown away. Okay, maybe we'll go with like a 500 is probably okay. At the very least, if somebody does look for a portfolio, I have something that I can show. You know, it's decent. Paradise nuts. Get off of there. Get off of there. Get off. Oh, I want to see how high I can make this stack. Okay, 2 appears to be the highest. Because once they bounce, they lose their stationary nature. Yeah, they get launched. I have actually, so you know I have, is it still here? It is still here! I've got the box launcher. I've thought of actually taking this and applying it to a station. So that I can have the station like jam and just start spitting things out. It's like a vending machine. Press it too many times and it just goes. I think that would be fun, especially if I can get it to be forceful enough to really knock the player out. I might give the players HP for something like that. Because if I've got like the explosion's basically gonna be, if you're in the explosion, it knocks the player out. Like regardless of what else happens, it probably is. It's gonna have a very high chance, at the very least, of knocking the player out. But I want something like this to be able to have a lowered chance of doing it, but still have the possibility of it. So that there's a little bit of, oh, I gotta get out of here. Dun, 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 dun. E. 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 Oh. 25 men. E. Alright, enough fooling around. Let's get back to work. It was fun while it lasted. So this will probably be something inside of the player movement script. since it's already got a representation of the orientation script. How big is this? Is this too large yet? It's getting to be kind of big. We are at 300-ish lines. Well, that's, I also haven't removed this yet, so we're probably more at like 250 or 280. I think that's probably the same size as this. You know what, I want to get rid of some of these draw lines too to make the players' visualization a little less physics focus. I know that they have physics on them. I know that those physics sort of work. I think we're okay. I think I can delete this safely. So we're going to do that. 285. Bow, 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 bow. I'll probably have to write errors in here at some point. Because currently I don't have any error handling. What we want to do is we want the player to get knocked down and then get up again, because we're never going to keep it down. Whoa, hold on a second. So if they get hit with something that tilts them a specific... Could use asserts. Oh, that's fair, I guess. Asserts will probably be what I use whenever I do it, but I also don't really have much error handling that I need to do right now. Currently, there aren't very many errors that I am encountering. Most of the errors that would spit out, or that of incorrect functionality, I have fixed for the most part. I think, at least. Anything that would be an exception has, for the most part, been fixed. And so far, I don't really have it well-defined enough to know what would be incorrect functionality at the moment. That'll probably be a later thing. Yeah. Yes, they are. I don't know where I would put any right now, though. It's part of the problem. I'm sure there are plenty of places that I could put them, but I don't really have any places that I'm like, yeah, I definitely should have a check for that at the moment. Probably doesn't help that I'm sort of ignoring it too, though. Okay, so currently, my plan for how I'm going to handle the player getting knocked out is the player is currently being held upright by a spring. So, what I think I'm going to do, how I think I'm going to handle this, let me do some manual testing here, see if I can get it to visually appear like I want it to. Is he in the ground? No, he's not. Okay. Let's player capsule. Yeah. Zoom out just a smidge so that I can rotato. Okay. So currently what I think I want this to be like is that the player is a short man. Am I simulating suspension? Yeah, to a degree. I've got a spring joint up here that is pretty much acting like the player's upright position marker. So what that allows me to do is if I hit something, he can kind of like wobble a little bit. Bonk. He's got a little bonk to him, but he reorients himself. That's also what this was for testing that. Bonk, bonk, bonk. There's some things that I want to change about it a little, I think. Because he doesn't, like, he gets hit here, but he doesn't really react to it as much as I want him to. But if he's, like, tripping over stuff, that gets reaction, which I like. I feel like maybe the spring needs to be more in the center of him rather than directly above his head. Regardless, eventually what's going to happen is he's got enough give in his spring that he can get knocked over. He can get knocked down and not get back up again. If he gets knocked like completely horizontal, then I definitely think he's out. Like he's knocked out. Like if that force does that to him, he's out. There's no way that he's not gonna have concussion from that. So if something like that happens, or if something happens like, hold on, I want to test this. I actually haven't thought about this. This is a good idea. This is a really good idea. An unsuspecting individual. Oh, I have to be in the game for that? Okay, hold on. Let me take this out. Over here. Yes, it's like he's hanging by the spring right now. Yeah, okay. That'll work. I think that'll work still. If he just gets absolutely bodied by a flying station, he's definitely knocked out. Unfortunately, in order to visually convey, I think, that he's knocked out, currently the character turning is separate from the height check that we've got going on. So I'm probably going to have some sort of boolean to turn off the height check if the player is knocked out. On top of that, the spring joint, when it gets broken, because I think I'll have to break it so that it stops trying to right the player. When the spring joint is broken, it goes away completely. Like, it's just gone. So I'm going to have to programmatically add it back in the right position in order to continue the uprighting of the player after they recover from being knocked out. So those are a few things that I'm going to add to my task list real quick. Floating capsule. So I'm going to want to, here, pull this roller board over here since I can do this. This is fine. We've got handle breaking the spring. I actually want to do the floating capsule before the spring, I think. Well, maybe not. Handle breaking the spring is easy. Handling reattaching the spring is going to be harder, so that'll be a higher priority than turning the floating capsule back on. Technically, maybe recovery from the knockout is probably a different task. I think these two would probably be, or maybe these three would be their own separate task. But I mean, I consider that all part of getting knocked out is part of recovery is part of getting knocked out. I think it's all part of the same feature. Okie dokie, Michael. I might actually go AFK here myself for a second, because I've nearly consumed all of my liquids I have at the desk. So many liquids. You know what? I'll have soup so that I can get more liquids. You want to talk about piss? No? Color me surprised. I think what I might have to do, because the spring joint is currently severed from the Blair capsule, I will probably have to create a parent for them. I don't know why I cleared that. I need to rename it. Okay, let me go take a quick break. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, please. Stay with me. am alive and back, but I am heating up water for tea. Actually, I can probably just turn on. Hello. I'm just hanging out. Taking a moment to stand. Is it supposed to rain again today? Oh, it's not supposed to rain at all today. But it is almost dark time. Got a few more hours. Like 2. Maybe I can... You know what? Maybe I should do some game stream today. Oh, you know what? No, I need to make sure I've got somebody around tomorrow to help me with Path of the Shell. I don't know how soon I'm going to have to do anything about that. I might hop on Minecraft later. Yeah, Vinny. It's been a while since I've been on the server. I need to go and expand my house some more. I know Jesus said that he's working on a sawmill now. I haven't been streaming the Minecraft server stuff. So I probably won't stream the Minecraft server stuff, to be fair. I want that to just be offline fun times, I think. Also, if anybody else happens to be online, I don't know if they'd be okay with it. I'd probably have to ask them. I'm sure Jesus wouldn't mind, but I don't know about anybody else. I want that to be after stream relaxation. Not to say that, I guess, playing games on stream isn't relaxing. I just feel like I need to be... If I'm going to do anything streaming that's successful, I have to just be online at all times, trying everything, until something sticks. I've got to vary the content until something starts to show a ton of growth. But I also feel like that's cheap. I don't know. Conflict of moral and emotions and stuff there. I'll have to figure out what I actually think about that. Currently working on a slime farm. Slime... Oh, like, slime... The drops from slimes. I do have my Wii set up, so once I am finally finished with Uru, I can jump pretty directly into Metroid Prime. I'm ready. I'm gonna start it over, and it's gonna be the OG. It's not gonna be the remaster. I've decided. When he drops, oh, it's just a mob. Okay, I got you. It's like the big cavern that's like at a specific level. And slimes can spawn in it. I thought it was, I guess the only other alternative that I've seen is like an EXP farming one where it's like a tower up in the sky or whatever. I've never played Minecraft long enough, or, well enough, to get much of a large home going, or large anything. Like, I don't know how to make the spawners or the farmers. I don't know how to make cobblestone generators, really. I know none of that stuff. I know, like, the 4x4 thing for trees. That's about it. That's my extent of knowledge. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Oh, I wanted to check the sproing. Okay. Ta-da! Ridiculous. How do I exit the... Ah. Really? There's ads coming again? Oh, they're already here. Oh, that's right. This is like a billboard. It doesn't... I mean, I guess those are kind of on top of each other. That doesn't work quite right. Ho ho ho! Interesting. Unless if these are the same, then this should be higher. Put this to 50. Play around the spring a little bit more, maybe. supposed to happen? Okay. Welcome back, Mike Cool. Stevie Boy is online. I'll probably, if Smog or Zombie are on after the stream, I'll probably raid into them. Maybe. Oh, Brandy Bingham is online too. I'm not ending right now. Brandy was one of the people playing the, Kitsune is online too. Brandy was one of the people playing the Riven remake that I raided into before. They're very nice. I'm listening to a video for Monster Hunter Wilds and Kuropeko could be added. Is it something based off of like the armor or stuff that they've shown? Speaking of which. They released a Hammer video today that I have not seen yet. Let's watch that real quick. Perfect timing to end a song too. Let me get this pulled up so that I can. They what? Hold on a second. What armor is this? They've mentioned that... Oh, that was an unfinished sentence, wasn't it? They've mentioned that they wanted to add more dynamic elements, including monsters. That would... I mean, Kuropeko would make sense for something like... I'm sure people have been asking where Kuropeko is. This kind of looks like the puffy jacket you can get with Palumu, but that's not really a puffy jacket. That's more like a soft jacket. I'm assuming this is some new monster that we haven't seen yet. This I vibe with. Anything Plague Doctor mask related, I vibe with. Look at this like rebreather. This is like a still suit mask. Gypceros? Oh, maybe, what's a Gypceros? Gypceros is, yeah, I remember Gypceros. This one does, flashing, doesn't it? Yeah, flashes of light from its prominent head crest. It doesn't do poison or anything, does it? Oh, flashing, bombing, poison, playing dead, larger body. I don't know. Gypceros is also blue, and this is purple. Unless they gave it a color scheme change. This seems very either water-oriented. Well, this kind of looks like a breather, almost. So this is probably some sort of filter mask. So I assume this has something to do with poison. Also, this thing definitely has to deal with poison. That's a brain, by the way. I think it's another brain down there, or some sort of organ. That's really using your head. Ah, I'm getting this armor set. This is my armor set. This is my armor set. I used the Gyros armor in World. Whatever this is what I'm using for Wilds. This is my layered armor. Already decided. Predetermined. It is fate. I have to play Wilds. Seems like standard hammer stuff so far. Hit the monster in the head, and you get a ton of stun. There's a golf swing still. Oh, that's new. That charge up is new, at least. Weapons are looking more exotic like the older games. Yeah. I'm liking that too. World was very grounded. It was like you get the bone hammer, but it's got some pooky bits on it now. It's kinda boring, I'll be honest. Some of the like Rarity 12 stuff looked interestingly different, but that was about it. It looks like there's a little bit more maneuverability in combat. There was like a forward dash that I don't remember being able to do with hammer very much. So if they've made more options for maneuvering in the fights, I'll be happy with that. Currently, dodge rolling everywhere is a little dull. Focus mode highlights the wound on the arm. Bonk brain. Yep, head it is. Some flashing going on with the character. You're not sure what it is? Do you remember about how far in the video it was? Is it this? Like that highlight that was there? Oh, it's a slinger dodge. I think they've kind of brought wire bugs back. Hold on, let me back that up just a little bit. They're using the slinger to pull themselves on the ground. That flashing that you just saw there, I think, was them charging a hammer swing. Because you can charge while you run. It's right here. Sorry, it's a little too far. Or not far enough, rather. That. That's them charging up a hammer swing. The charge up? Yeah, you can charge while you run in World. You can do a lot in World that you can't do. World's the first one where you can drink a potion and move, I think. You don't have to flex at the end of your potion drink either. You just drink the potion, drop it, and run. Pump for gun. Have you seen the video for Gunlance? Hammer is the more cerebral weapon. You got it. I want to see if anyone's like guessing what the armor set and stuff could be. Spinning meteor. The last move with the spinning charge before doing the spinning move looks amazing. I think they've done a... Have they done a Sword and Shield one yet? No, they did Charge Blade. I don't think they did Sword and Shield yet. I want to see if they bring back the oils that you can put on Sword and Shield. Hammer so straightforward. The trailer was under a minute of monster bunking. Alrighty, Vinny. I hope you have a good food. One good food, at least. They added the Silkbind Keeping Sway as a portion of the hammer movement kit. They've definitely combined some elements from Rise in here. I gotta tell Hunter about this. They added Keeping Sway from Sunbreak. I'll be honest, I didn't use the Silkbind stuff very much in Sunbreak. And I think I was limiting myself a little bit there. I used it at one point because I realized that there was an option for Switch X that let me I think fully recharge my axe or my sword. Basically, if I just did one of the moves, it would just recharge my Switch X. It wasn't a Silkbind move, I guess. I see everybody talking about the hammer hitting the head, but I don't see anybody like trying to figure out what the armor or the hammer are from. They might have brought back stances from Generations, maybe? Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Flinch free during Big Bang is a godsend. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Flinch free is definitely one of the things I need to get. I need to get it in World again too. Hammer's thinking about the Pythagorean theorem. Yeah, I don't see anybody talking about this thing. I don't know enough of the monsters from old Monster Hunter to know if it is something from there. I mean, I know Gypsaros, I know Kurapeko, I know um Yonkutku. None of them are purple as far as I know, and none of them have to deal with poison. It could be some sort of dog wyvern, like a Jaggy or a Roggy or something. But it feels like it's a bit fancy looking for it to be something like a great Jaggy or like a great Roggy. Plus, they're not purple. Something like a dog wyvern. I feel like it's gonna be something that's a bit more maybe Elder Dragon-esque. Monster Hunter. Sure. Poison monsters. Okay, Puke. I mean, I doubt it's a Puke, but maybe. The deadly poison monster. There's a list of monsters that inflict deadly poison. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I also want to see, not worlds though. Pale Jagras. Equinala. I don't know. I've never seen that monster before, I don't think. Actually, wait, I see this. That Earwig Pincertail I've seen before. Never mind. That is Jurassic Park. Pearl Espinos. Maybe it's an Espinos. Phantasmal Gyros. Do we get a picture? Maybe description. Physiology. Its hide is now bright pinkish red instead of black. Okay, maybe not that. Because this is clearly like a deep purple. It's almost like Nemaio levels of purple. Aponhima. Black and blue. I guess there's nothing saying that it's going to be purple on purple, like purple to purple. But it's from what I've seen, they usually try to keep the color schemes the same. I want a better picture of Equinala. Okay. That's silly. Most of the old poison monsters are a very different color scheme. It definitely seems like it could be a new monster, because I also don't know any monsters that are related to, like, I don't know if the monster is playing into the brain that's in here. Maybe it has to do with sleep? What's a Hypnocatress? Look like... not really. I also feel like they'd probably focus more on the feather motif with a Hypnocatress. Maybe. I mean, it does have a bird motif going on, but I don't know about the brain and stuff. Anyway, I could sit here and ponder all day. But I won't. I've got work to do. I have a red pill to shove through the floor via physics by accident. Oh, no, you're fine. I was gonna look up the video at some point anyway today. You just reminded me that I forgot to do it sooner rather than later. Wait, who did I come from? Honey Goblin. I won't be able to raid Honey Goblin for a long time. Shame. Warframe is on mobile devices? I feel like I've heard that somewhere before too. I don't know how they optimized it well enough for mobile devices, but props to them for it. I know it's on Switch, which that originally surprised me. And if it's on phones now too, they've done a little bit of work, I think, inside, if that's the case. More concerned about controls. They probably have one of those on-screen, like, joystick things, because it already had controller support, I know. Either that or you're supposed to connect a controller to it or something. And I'm assuming since it's mostly PvE, I don't even know if they have PvP anymore in Warframe. All I know is that it wasn't amazing. If they, the PvP in Warframe was always, or the PvE in Warframe allows it to just, you should be able to connect over any device really without there being much of a design problem with that. Now communication between everybody, that's a different beast. Like communication with every device to the server. They're all just computers, I guess. But I know things like consoles have their own checks and balances you have to get around, probably. Their own communication hurdles. Alright. Let's see here. I wanted to stop that. I just want to select it. I wanted to define some sort of knockout value. First, I want to test the spring joint's breaking point. Currently, its breaking force is infinity. I want to test a few break options. Let's see what an explosion does. I'm assuming an explosion will do... It's going to do probably about 500 units? Newtons, I think is what this measures it in. Of force to the player, which will definitely break the spring. That is my hunch. Because it's currently set to do 500 newtons at least. Maybe not. Really? Oh, maybe it's torque. It certainly doesn't care. Okay. Why aren't we breaking? Okay, hold on. Let's set it to a really low value. Okay. So you're telling me that it applying 500 newtons worth of force on the player translates to the player taking less than 50 newtons of force? I don't understand how that is calculating that, I guess. Maybe it depends on where it is applying the force. Sorry, I was pulling my hair with the sides of the glasses. I did not like that very much. Even doing a full rotation isn't enough for it to break that. Okay, there we go. That broke it. Okay, so let's do something like 20 then, maybe. Break force of 20. Are you doing Warframe research for your for your digital extremes thing? Okay. No? Okay. You know what? You should play Dark Sector. I'm excited to... What? It broke by 15 on its own just by existing? It broke by 15 on its own by existing, but it couldn't break off of... Okay, hold on. Let me... Really? Ha! 1999. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was really excited. I'm really excited for Warframe Fight 1999 and for I want to see what their progress is on Soulframe too. Supposedly Soulframe's going to be a completely different game from Warframe, but I don't buy that really, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be kind of like Warframe but different vibes. Okay, so it's definitely not torque. It is force that I need to be worrying about. I don't understand how 15 does it just by existing and 20 does it by getting rotated around like 4 times. Going to be reminiscent of Warframe, but melee-focused Souls-like fantasy. Okay. Oh, are they trying to... All I remember, the only thing that I remember about it is, I'm pretty sure that there was a moose. I think there was a moose. So that was a pretty old trailer. I haven't been tracking Digital Extreme's progress on any of their games recently. I fell out of the Warframe umbrella a couple years ago. My friends got really into Destiny after that, and I tried Destiny. I was like, I hate this. I feel like I only didn't like it mostly because of they were like sectioning off content. Like once you were in the game and you were working on a season, if you didn't finish that season, you were just kind of shit out of luck. They're like, "Oh, sorry, and no more story for you. We're moving on." I didn't like that model. Oh, you're kidding. So... Something's not right here. How is 20 more breakable? I'm on the wrong thing. I changed the wrong one. That's how. This was 20. This was infinity. Infinity. The path of exile in terms of depth. Destiny is extremely shallow. Sorry, hold on. Let me go down, top down for this. Soulframe is supposed to be inspired by Princess Mononoke, I assume. Destiny is extremely shallow compared to Borderlands. I mean, that's kinda... I mean, I guess they're both looter shooters, but... with my current experience, that's comparing a little apples to oranges. Are we talking about story? Are we talking about gameplay? Because with, I don't know the story of Borderlands yet. I barely know the story of Destiny. In terms of progression mechanics. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's basically just you keep getting guns of different types, and sometimes those guns have the only in Destiny, if you get a really rare gun, you have to have done like a really difficult raid or something. And even then it's like a chance to get the gun. But it's not in Borderlands. I think it's kind of, at least from my experience with 1 right now, haven't played 2 or 3. In Borderlands, it's like you have a boss. The boss usually drops pretty good weapons. They drop something that's related to the boss. Whether you use it or not is up to you. But it's usually a pretty decent weapon. And it doesn't get sunset at the next during the next thing. In Destiny, I'm pretty sure all the guns, even the really rare ones, get sunset every single time they start a new season. I don't know much about Warlock. That's a Hunter question, and he's probably gonna rip you a new one if you mention that to him. Regardless of whether it's true or not. What the hell is happening here? What is happening? What is causing this? What is causing this? Oh, fuck off. Let me... Oh, whoa. Select it. Double. Player must have been colliding with the ball a little too much. Interesting. That's not happened like that today. What did I change? I don't remember changing anything that would have caused something like this, except for this, maybe? This doesn't do anything, though. This does. Where's player at? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Never really played Destiny 1. Yeah, that's kind of the apples to oranges that I was thinking about, is because Destiny's an MMO, so it's designed a bit different. Borderlands is multiplayer, but it's not MMO style. It's nowhere near MMO levels, I don't think. Okay, so I need to increase, I guess, the distance at which the player holds the object away from themselves. Excuse me. Player capsule. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Maybe 15 is what I need to go with. Unfortunately, that breaks when I spawn for some reason. Let me see if I can see why. No, not particularly. Hang on, let me, Is it the falling that causes a force on, like, the whole spring that's 15? I don't understand how that works. If that's the case, well, hold on, wait. Does jumping break 20? Yes. Oh boy. Well, we're at a bit of a problem here then. Jumping break 50? I'm pretty sure jumping applies like a 500 or 5,000. Oh no. You know what? I wonder if I can instead... do spring. Oh, I have to go. Hold on. This isn't where I need to do this. Buzz off. Shay. Spring behavior. Upright spring behavior. Pull that out. Pin that there. I want to know. Can you show me? I want to know about these strangers like me. Public. I'm gonna see if I can manually break the spring. Oh. Can't manually break it, huh? Damn, that is a little bit of a problem. Unity, spring, joint, break force. How does break force work? Force might come from collisions with other objects. Force is applied with rigid body add torque or from other joints. Additional recesses on joint break. Spring joint component reference. Spring joint allows 2 rigid bodies. Yeah, okay. Lots of properties, no functions that it's telling me about though. Unity, manually break joint. You can use the break force and break torque properties to set limits for the joint strength. These are less than infinity, greater than those limits are applied. I could just remove the component, I guess. Assuming you have a reference to joint component, you can break it like this destroy joint. Yeah, okay. So I could just remove the component and then add it back. Oh, hold on, that's not a... If I destroy... Destroy requires a game object. If I pass it the spring joint, I don't think it'll... Component. Somponent. Add component, get component, missing component, try get. Okay, maybe destroy then. I'll try destroy, see what happens. Whoops, stop. Spring joint. Okay, those are both infinity, that's good. I want to say if getting the magnitude of a quaternion is probably how I would have to handle detecting past a specific point of rotation. I wonder if they have something that I can use for when a force is applied to them. If force applied, look at how much that force is and then manually break the spring that way. Before I do that, let me add a quick test for breaking the spring. We'll make it M, sure. Did I scare you? Word. That's my secret. My secret is that I have no secrets. Let me close my blinds real quick. Get my natural color back in here a little. It's starting to get dark outside. Currently trying to keep your AI from getting stuck when pathfinding. Yeah, you've got to give them probably some either distances from the wall or points that they can walk to. Are you generating a mesh, like a nav mesh for them, or are they just kind of figuring things out? Are they just doing follow player? walk towards. I need to start doing some NPC stuff at some point. I guess I'll have to do a minor one for here, for this game that I'm currently working on, if I do decide to do it at some point, because I want to. I might have like a line of customers, or they can walk in and walk out. So I'll have to apply some sort of navigation for them probably. Seems to be related to just pathfinding is based on the center point of the character. Yeah. But it does take into account collision with the walls. Wait, so it takes the collision into account, but it also does it without taking collision into account. That doesn't make any sense. What? I might need a rewording on that one. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Provides a path to move the characters, but it has no idea that it collide. Yeah, so it's basically just like moving them in a direction towards the player. Move at. Move to. Okay, so I guess I can't do this, but I can't really like detect the amount of force that has been applied to the player unless I'm just measuring it based off a spring, and if I'm doing that, why wouldn't I just use the spring forces that I'm already working with anyway? I think the music stopped. Yeah. Oh, it's getting hungry time. It is about time for me to be hungry. How long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours? Yeah, I can keep going for a little bit. I might go grab a bite to eat and then work a little bit while I eat. I've been doing my hot dog thing again. Chicken sausage. I need to eat some chicken. It's been a while since I've had chicken. It's been a lot of pork. I guess my hot dogs are pork and chicken, really, but still, you know, not the healthiest thing. I should probably go eat some white meat, or I should get the. I have been doing sort of an alternating. I eat like mainly some meat stuff. I've cut down on my portions, first of all, of the amount of meat that I do eat. But I also then sometimes will do like a vegetarian style week where I'll just have like pasta and some veggies. I like milk, so I usually still make butter lemon sauce. Basically don't eat red meat at all. See, the problem is that it is tasty and fattening. And those are two things that I like. Nice crispy piece of bacon. I love meat. Of course, if I can get meat that is definitely ethically sourced, absolutely. I need to talk to, I know a couple people that are actually like hog farmers. I need to start asking them to see if I can get them to sell me some meat. Because I'm fairly certain that I could get a lot more meat directly from the farmer than I could if I were pancetta. If I had pancetta, I'd be in trouble. Pancetta. That's not red meat, it's pork. Is not all pork meat red meat? Also, it is red, technically. It's made from pork belly. Nutritional science definition is different from culinary science or culinary terminology. Red meat is defined as any meat that has more protein myoglobin than the white meat. Red meat to me is beef, basically. Beef, bison. I'm pretty sure pork counts as red meat. Especially in the sense that when it's raw, it is red. Although I guess a lot of like chops, like if you get a pork chop, that's a little less red, but I think it's still considered red meat. Is it not? Is pork red meat? Pork is classified as red meat because it contains more myoglobin than chicken or fish. Okay, so that's the nutritional definition. My go-to definition for them is if it's pork or beef, it's probably red meat. If it's fowl or fish, it's probably white meat. Red meat refers to beef, veal, lamb, mutton, pork, goat, or venison. Does not include chicken, turkey, goose, duck, game, or rabbit. Chicken can also be red. I've seen chicken that's about as red as the pork chops, but apparently, I assume most of the time people are going off of the myoglobin rule for the nutritional base, rather than just the color of the meat. That's also fair. Usually it's artificial coloring. I won't say usually. There are artificial colorings that are applied to meats in order to make them look more red sometimes, because it makes it look fresher. Unless you do something like a, what are those hot dogs called? They're the red hot dogs. Bright leaf hot dog. Where they use the bright red casings. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I still haven't determined exactly how I'm going to perform this breakage here. I feel like when they were doing the bright leaf hot dog casings, they accidentally applied a bit too much food coloring. I want to see something real quick about the jump force here. Okay. But yeah. So as far as I can tell, it's most likely based off of the nutritional definition rather than a coloration definition. At least more with the way that I understand how it works. Alrighty, Michael. So your pork is still probably considered red meat. It is still considered red meat according to the nutritional definition. Does this break on 50? I don't remember testing this on 50. Okay, yes, it did break on 50. It's a good thing to test actually is whether this works. This was set to 20, I think. I think damper was set to 5. And I think this tolerance was set to 2. If that's something I'm going to keep, I don't know. Okay, so 60 is too much too. 60 is not enough. 75 appears to be a decent candidate for avoiding the jumping force breaking it. I just see if things like falling, especially once I attempt to modify it, will cause it. No. The break force is still 500 too. 75 is going to be really hard to break, though, especially for the explosion. And I want the explosion to basically knock them out every time, regardless of whether they're... I want there to be a small chance of recovering from the explosion, though. So I might apply my own thing to that. Okay, I have broken it somehow. Regardless, if I just spam it, does it work? No. This is going to be much more difficult if I raise my jump force at some point. I think I might have to decrease gravity and increase my player's mass a little bit to try to get a bit more of a... Because I want to change the fall a little. I think it still feels a little floaty to me when going directly out. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Actually, it feels like I'm kind of... Maybe it doesn't feel floaty enough, honestly. I also still don't like that. Apparently that's happening now. It doesn't happen for this. Does it happen for the breadstick? No, just the ball's causing problems with that. where it's just like skating me around. I don't know why this is happening now. What? Weird. Oh, that is weird. Why can't I E this? Oh, I can now. Why can't I E this here? I can E it from the side. It's like if I'm within the explosion, it cancels out the player detection zone from the station. Hold on, if I... Whoa. Okay, I can pick up a ball in there. Weird. Oh, that's freaky. I should make it so that it just continuously explodes if I hold it down. I'll fiddle with the particle effect maybe and spruce it up a little. I might need to do a little bit more searching on what I can do for this in order to solve this problem, because I don't think I'll be able to rely on the brake force in order to break the joint. I think I'm gonna have to go with angle of the player, but that's going to be hard to do for a change that I was thinking about adding to one of the stages later. I was thinking about maybe having some sort of like anti-gravity thing that I can turn on and off during one of the stages, but I don't... If I do the knockout based on players' like orientation angle from their spring, that's going to cause some problems. Or versus up for the player, I guess, really. That's going to cause some problems with that, because they'll get knocked out, I guess, while they're doing the zero gravity stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's something that I can get around later, but that sounds like it feels like I want to future proof for that, but it also feels like I shouldn't worry about that right now. I can figure out how to get to that at some point later. If I attach this thing, this is going to be a problem, because if I attach this to a station and it's just always looking, maybe what happens if I turn it off? Hold on. If I turn off the sphere collider. Okay, now this works. So yeah, I'll turn off the sphere collider, and then if I detect, once I have it trigger by the station, I turn the sphere collider on, I play the explosion, I play the explosion, it does the thing, everything happens with the explosion, then I just turn the sphere collider back off. Whoa, that was interesting. Oh, I turned off trigger. Then I just turn the sphere collider back off and everything goes back normal. So if there'll be like a frame where you can't turn on, you can't access the machine. I think that'll be okay. I don't think that'll cause any problems. I kind of like being able to push the machines around. So maybe I'll lower them in terms of their mass so that they can be pushed around much more easily. I'm assuming they're gonna be like that anyway, I think. Did I just trip on the donut that I'm carrying? Whoa, 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 I've escaped. I've escaped. I'm out. I have breached containment. The big ball. Bye, ball. Okay, yeah, so currently there seems to be a problem with colliding with these held objects, where if you just continuously get knocked over and you hold that same direction, you just go up forever. Yippee! I want to fall off the map. Psych! Oh, never mind. Never mind. We go up. We fly if we fall off the map now. Interesting. That must be the spring force that's keeping us afloat. I think my brain might be dying a little bit today. Already. In terms of my ability to pay attention to code. Which it shouldn't be, because it's not, it's just now getting to 5 hours. I would hope that I could go for longer. I really do need to get tested for like an attention thing. Oh. Maybe I should go ahead and end for the day. It's probably a good idea that I don't just sit here and be distracted and not get anything else done. I'd rather come back at a point where I can be fresh. But I did add an explosion, and I got that explosion to explode. I think that's pretty good. I like that. I'm learning. I can do player falling over. This will give me a little bit of time, I think, to look into maybe how I want to approach the player falling over to, instead of trying to do my research now. I can do my research offline and come back and actually do the coding to get it done. You got so focused that it was probably unhealthy. I mean, if you're passionate about something, if you're passionate about it, I can understand hyper-focusing on it. But that is a recipe for burnout, I have learned. If you do it long term. You also think you have an attention disorder, huh? I feel like there are probably different types. I don't know anything about attention disorders. Isn't everybody? I feel like most people that I talk to these days are in some way, shape, or form, like, maybe I am. Maybe I do have an attention disorder. Maybe I am autistic, but I just haven't gotten tested for it. And I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of different types of these things that it very well feels like anybody could be at this point. I'm not sure if anybody has a brain. I know, like, neurotypical is a thing that I hear a lot, but I don't think anybody has a brain that works the same exactly as somebody else. It feels like not being neurotypical is more neurotypical at the moment. But maybe it's just because I'm in an online space where people have the ability to talk about that kind of thing more often. Could be the environment. There's an increase in... Yeah, I'm sure. I'm assuming that that's just gonna get worse. I feel like certain types of it are down, but certain types of it are also up. Again, I don't know how to do anything about that. I don't know anything about how to approach anything like that. I have no solutions. I have no suggestions. I have no anything. Could also just be like a news station trying to scare people into doing something. Who knows? Who knows these days? I almost don't trust a lot of doctors, weirdly enough. After COVID, I know that a lot of doctors were overworked during COVID, which is not great because nobody really knew how to handle it. But I also see a lot of like institutions that are at least allegedly like abusing the stuff that came from COVID too. And like I don't have the resources to for the knowledge to be able to prove any of that, so I don't know what to think about it. Fed it on a series of research studies. It's at least a little more credible, I guess. They did, no one just listened. Oh, yeah, well that's what I meant, like the people, like, people didn't really do anything about it. Or they didn't really know how to handle it. I think it was also a partial issue of, like, they didn't trust the information that they were getting about how to handle it. And I can see that on some of the stuff that they were talking about. Except for, like, maybe vaccines. Although I also don't necessarily trust a private corporation that just pushes out a vaccine immediately. And is like, here, take this, it's fine. Trust us, there's no side effects. Ha 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 ha, the hospitals will pay us money. It's like there's no trust anymore. One issue is that a non-compete clause was nerfing their ability to have nurses. Is that why they got rid of the non-compete clause? I know they recently made it so that you can't do non-compete clauses. Oh, is it still a work in progress? I thought they had already passed that. I'm pretty sure that they already passed it, or that it's... Here, maybe I can find something about it. Maybe there's a quick news source that I can look at with it. On May 7th, they published the rule. The FTC published the rule on May 7th, it appears. So I think that means that they passed it on May 7th. Which basically prevents people from making non-compete clause and nullifies any existing non-compete clauses. September 4th? it will take effect on September 4th. Okay, so that must have been saying that they came up with the rule. Like they announced that they were talking about it. The effective date, I see. The effective date for the final rule will be September 4th. The rule also does not apply to breach of contracts actions where the action accrues before the effective date. So don't break your non-compete before September 4th. Yeah, that is a game changer. I feel like that's going to open up the job market quite a bit. I feel like a lot of unemployment right now is partially because of non-competes. That's because like they don't entirely know what they're doing, I don't think still. Salaries will probably go up. Because they want people to stick around. They don't have the non-compete clause to force people to hang out. If I were, like, I don't know how I would have worked in the game industry if they had non-competes existing. Because if I ever got fired or quit, if I were to have gone and gotten a job at another game company and I were to get fired or quit, or laid off or whatever, I don't think I would have been able to go back into the same industry. I would have had to find somebody else. I would have had to be a baker for a while. Why did I just get a... Okay. Sorry, someone did I commented on someone's bearded dragon in the pets channel. Thinking of selling mead when you get it up to the mast? Huh? That'd be interesting. I think you need a license for that. I would definitely double check before you go, unless it's like a, I don't know if you need it to like sell it personally to people. But I would definitely maybe look into whether you need a license for that. You might be able to get like a brewer to sell it for you, like sell it to them, they sell it to the public because they have a license. Seems easier and cheaper up there. Fair enough, I guess. I think you need a sanitation license, maybe so. I know that there's probably certain codes. Once you get to like commercially selling something that you make, you have to have a certain level of cleanliness in the area that you make it, and you have to have a certain, depending on what you're doing, you have to have licenses to even say, yeah, I can do this. I know scientific, like I can calculate the proof that's in this bottle or whatever. A farmer's brewery license. I don't know exactly what all of the constraints are. Health factor is town by town. I have a feeling that if you were to do something like a farmer's market, you might not need it. Farmer's market, you would probably need it for the alcohol at the very least, but cleanliness, I don't know if you need a license for anything like that. Depends on what you're doing, probably. Maybe if it's like meat, you probably need a cleanliness license or something, but if you're like selling corn that you picked, I don't know if you would need to have one that's like a cleanliness thing. I've thought about selling some bread at the local farmer's market, but if I were to do that, in order to maximize profits, I would have to basically not work on my game. I think if I were to... I would have to have a bunch of sourdough in order to make a bunch of sourdough. So if I spent like 4 days making sourdough, I think I would have to... I have a lot of bread, first of all. I'd still need to make like $2,000 a week, regardless. So if I were to make $2,000 a week, let's say I sold my bread at like $1.50, it'd still be like 1,000 loaves of bread that I'd have to sell a week. Say I sold it for $5, that'd be 400 loaves of bread that I'd have to sell a week. And that's just like, that's probably not even completely covering my costs, because sometimes they flux a little bit over, sometimes they flux a little bit under. I think my average cost is probably more like 2,200 rather than 2,000 exactly. It would definitely soften the blow a little, but I'd still be losing money. It's doable, though. I could figure something out for it. 200 loaves of bread, though? I don't know if I could entirely handle that. I'd have to freeze half of it and then thaw it out day of. But I also have to cover probably the costs of paying for space at the farmer's market. Anyway. I should probably get off of here since I haven't been doing any coding in the past like 15 minutes. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, sure. Sounds like a good idea. Alternatively, with the bread stuff, I could also just like make other things too that don't involve the sourdough. But then I also have to make sure that I'm covering costs of what I need to make the bread with too. So it's probably going to be more than 2,000. I probably have to cover a cost of an extra like $300 or something. So I probably need to make 2,500 really. A lot of work. And that's if I sell every single loaf of bread. If you have the space to brew, that'd be nice. That's a good option to go for. Let me get out of here. I'm gonna go. I'll be on Minecraft in a bit, Vinny. But I need to wrap things up here so that I'm not just hanging out in the software section of things, or not doing the software. That's true. If you invest a bit in the startup for it, yeah, okay, I can see that. Get like I don't know if you get like an LLC for that or not. I don't know what you'd get for that. Anyway. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be back tomorrow with, as far as I know, the last instance of playing Uru. And the last instance of me playing the Myst series. It already vomited out my links down there, over there. Over there. That's the direction that the chat is. So if you want to join any of those, sure, go ahead. There's Twitter, there's a Discord, there's a YouTube archive. That is like 2 streams behind, I think, right now. and I'll be back for more Unity stuff on Wednesday. I want to at some point move to a schedule where I can half and half these kinds of things, but not sure how well that's gonna go. So we'll see about that. I'm gonna give it a shot at some point though. Give it a try. I'll see you all later. I don't think I'm gonna raid actually, since I'm pretty sure everyone that's here right now is leaving. Ciao.